is attached to that one with a half mile to go. 4 and 6 are 5 clear from 1 and 3. Sweet Bodemeister to the inside of Eye on Rye, and they head into the far turn with Win Trip still getting a leading trip. Arvu's Taboo and Eddie G trying to ruin the night for number 4. After that, Eye on Rye beginning to range in, and Sweet Bodemeister's back at the tail, and they have a quarter of a mile to go. Arvu's Taboo has run away from Win Trip. Arvu's Taboo, 2.5 to 1, puts 2.5 on Win Trip. After that, it is Eye on Rye, and they're into the final furlong, and Arvu's Taboo is done with the losing and wants to get to the winner's enclosure and will do so comfortably. Arvu's Taboo, 6. And they're racing. Bit of a slow beginning for 6th Street. The favored French filly is last. Many of the others line up as they sort themselves out. Ms. Mac is fast and takes the lead. A loose-reined Ms. Mac threatening to run away, opening up by 1. Thorn Crown lays second to the outside of Let Me Down Easy. Then we come to Bailout Keela trying to win 2 in a row, 5 out of it, and about a length and a half clear from Perfect Moon. After that is 6th Street beginning to advance, blowing by Chaparita. Harry takes this one to the outside, and 6th Street is a menacing presence on the move as they head for home. Thorn Crown outside, Miss Mac rail. 6th Street, the French filly from last, has rallied right up to the lead and cuts that lead from a half to a neck to a nose as Thorn Crown fights back. Not good enough. 6th Street, last to first. And they're racing in the Maury Glover Classic, and Irish Dawn out fast to the outside. Likewise for the bookender, Casey's Law to the inside, and the narrow leader is Irish Dawn. And as they separate themselves, Lolo's Laughter and Crocodile Tears take off, and Crocodile Tears takes a narrow lead. Lolo right alongside that colt, and they're about 5 clear from a tiring Irish Dawn who's doing the moonwalk after outbreaking the field. Happy Dancer rolls up to be 6 lengths from the lead. Then it's My Crazy Neighbor, and in last is Drew Breeze. The Gulfstream Steam is 12 lengths out of it, and up top Crocodile Tears leads it from Lolo's Laughter, and they're still far clear from Happy Dancer and Casey's Law. After that, Drew Breeze beginning to run on but far out of it, and now they come down to the final furlong, and Crocodile Tears and Carlo Lopez have put away Lolo's Laughter. After that, it's Happy Dancer. Then on the outside, a re-engaging Irish Dawn, but they're all left in the wake of a keen turn of speed by Crocodile Tears, who wins by 5. Field sent on the 1 3/8 journey, and coming out nicely is 30 seconds out, looking to wire the field to the outside of Long Shot Super Wise. 30 seconds out, grabs the lead, runs away by 3. After that, War Chest in search of 2 in a row, overtaken by Cashanova and Club Mesquite, who's on the move, also in search of 2 in a row. Then we come back to Noble Pursuit, 10 out of it, and far clear from Zumarudi. That one would have to win 3 in a row from 15 out of it. And as they pass us for the first time, it is 30 seconds out, settling into a nice stride, leading it by 2, in fact slowing down a tad. Super Wise lay second, rider has the green helmet cover. Then we come to Cashanova, joined by Club Mesquite. Behind them, War Chest at 4 to 1, 6 lengths out of it. Noble Pursuit about 8 from the lead, second last, and Zumarudi can see them all, and they corner with about 7 furlongs to travel, 30 seconds out, and Laureano Sosa now have company in the shape of Super Wise, and 6 and 5 are 2 clear from Cashanova. That one's to the inside of War Chest. After that, we have Club Mesquite outside of Noble Pursuit. They race in tandem, 6 lengths from the lead, and still nothing from Zumarudi as they zoom up the Canterbury Park barn side. 30 seconds out, wanted nothing to do with Super Wise, ran away again by 1.5. In second is Super Wise. Cashanova sequestered to the inside of War Chest with the rocket wrench colors, about 4 from the front to the inside of Noble Pursuit, who's wide. Then it's Club Mesquite, and Zumarudi is running on 9 lengths from the lead off the far turn in this marathon. 30 seconds out, still has wire to wire on his mind. Super Wise is cutting into the margin. Cashanova's full of run with absolutely nowhere to go. War Chest shoved on 3 wide. Noble Pursuit in the thick of it. Rider has the yellow helmet cover. Zumarudi's out of last, zooming home on the wide side. And now they clump up. And on the lead, it is still the 6 overtaken by Cashanova. And that's it for 30 seconds out. Outside is War Chest firing. Then we come to Noble Pursuit. Cashanova game. Cashanova gets all the cash in race number 4. And they're racing. Macho Rocco is the gray out of the gate very, very quickly. Blame JD with speed. Then it's Prize Fighter to the inside, joining the leading clump. Enter Miami to the inside, popped nicely and is right there with the new leader, Prize Fighter. And Prize Fighter takes over from Macho Rocco. Seed of Success tracks to the inside of Blame JD. Then it's Wind Cracker, about 8 lengths from the lead. They all have the stiff wind at their backs now, and the one in last needs it. It's Storm in Hong Kong. Off the far turn, it is on the lead, Prize Fighter and Lindsay opening up by 2. Macho Rocco being pushed on hard. Enter Miami is trapped. Outside of that, Blame JD. Seed of Success needs to give more. Wind Cracker's beginning to run on, and here they come, charging down the Canterbury Park stretch. Macho Rocco is the gray, slugging it out with Enter Miami, and Enter Miami got the light of day and spurts away by 1. Outside, Blame JD. That's it for Macho Rocco. Then it's a Wind Cracker on the inside. It is Enter Miami from Wind Cracker and Blame JD. Enter Miami smooth. And they're racing Inside, Mark of Victory out quickly, bookending Tammy Macho at 1,000,000 to 1 with speed. Likewise for Dixie Girl 2, and Dixie Girl 2 at 6-1 has taken the lead. Right behind that one is Mark of Victory, and Tammy Macho, that big price, still right there. Now, It's Me gets to the outside, and the hot favorite goes from fourth to third to second, or right up to the lead. The 9 had to pinch. Tammy Macho lost about 3, and now 2 and 5 cut together, and they're going very quickly. And they have the wind at their backs, and they're chasing Dixie Girl 2. Outside of that, the heavily favored It's Me, Mark of Victory, 5 out of it, and to the inside of Tammy Macho. Then we come to Graceful Moon, that's the gray, being overtaken by Dr. Z's Elsa, who's moving in quickly, and the field is covered by 7-8 lengths as they're into the far turn, and they're still chasing Dixie Girl 2. It's Me at 2 to 5, still in second, being shoved on. It's Me being pushed on hard and joined by Dr. Z's Elsa to the outside. Inside of that, Mark of Victory's all dressed up with nowhere to go and is about 7 clear from Graceful Moon. It still is Dixie Girl 2. Outside of that, we have Dr. Z's Elsa. Not tonight for the heavily favored It's Me, and Dixie Girl 2 has wire to wire on her mind. Mark of Victory gets out, gets the light of day, but it's not good enough. Dixie Girl 2 and Eddie G, wire to wire. And they're racing. Inside, Mark of Victory out quickly, bookending Tammy Macho at 1,000,000 to 1 with speed. Likewise for Dixie Girl 2, and Dixie Girl 2 at 6-1 has taken the lead. Right behind that one is Mark of Victory, and Tammy Macho, that big price, still right there. Now, It's Me gets to the outside, and the hot favorite goes from fourth to third to second, or right up to the lead. The 9 had to pinch. Tammy Macho lost about 3, and now 2 and 5 cut together, and they're going very quickly. And they have the wind at their backs, and they're chasing Dixie Girl 2. Outside of that, the heavily favored It's Me, Mark of Victory, 5 out of it, and to the inside of Tammy Macho. Then we come to Graceful Moon, that's the gray, being overtaken by Dr. Z's Elsa, who's moving in quickly, and the field is covered by 7-8 lengths as they're into the far turn, and they're still chasing Dixie Girl 2. It's Me at 2 to 5, still in second, being shoved on. It's Me being pushed on hard and joined by Dr. Z's Elsa to the outside. Inside of that, Mark of Victory's all dressed up with nowhere to go and is about 7 clear from Graceful Moon. It still is Dixie Girl 2. Outside of that, we have Dr. Z's Elsa. Not tonight for the heavily favored It's Me, and Dixie Girl 2 has wire to wire on her mind. Mark of Victory gets out, gets the light of day, but it's not good enough. Dixie Girl 2 and Eddie G, wire to wire. And they're racing. Cowboys Are My Heroes came out nicely. So did You Can Kiss My Jazz on the inside. Outside of that, Silver Dakota Moon is firing, and between them, This Candy Is Grand. Silver Dakota Moon, and the moon has set on the cast in the Northlands Juvenile. Racing in the Canterbury Park Quarter Horse Derby. That was a spectacular start. My VGW Hero is firing. Beep, beep, revs out there on the lead. Relentless Okie right behind that one with a lot of ooh la la. Outside of that, Surprise Party driving down to the wire. Beep, beep, rev is the Canterbury Park Quarter Horse Derby. And did it go in the Northlands Futurity. Rough start for that 9. On the inside, Relentless Mini popped out beautifully. And so did Relentlessly Fast. Between runners, Relentless Robin. It's a Relentless Northlands Futurity. Outside, Relentless Bay surging, but a minor upset takes place.
Ladies and gentlemen, please rise for the playing of our national anthem. Good afternoon, race fans, and welcome to racing from beautiful Canterbury Park here in Shakopee, Minnesota, where the main track is fast and the turf course is listed as firm. If you'll get your programs ready, we'll go through the changes on tonight's 9 race card. Races 1 through 5, no changes. First 5 races free and clear with no adjustments to be made. Race 6, couple of scratches. Take out the 2 Thought. Take out the 7 Skippy Strike. Race 6, take out 2 and 7. Race 7, we scratch the 7 Kathy Wagon. And we have a jockey change on the 9 to Gonzalo Gutierrez. Scratch 7, put Gutierrez on the 9. And there's a listed workout for the 10. 220 yards, 12.46 breezing from the gate on a fast track. In race 8, we take out the 6 RB1 Famous Mongoose. With that scratch, there is no superfecta in race 8. Race 8, take out the 6, no super. And in the lucky last, race number 9, take out the 2, says it ain't so. Race 9, take out the 2 with that scratch, no superfecta. Fast and firm on a beautiful Thursday night, the final Thursday night of racing for the 2023 season. It's time to take it all in with Today at the Races, starring Angela Herman and Jeff Madej.
Well, good evening, race fans. Welcome to Canterbury Park. We're inside the First Bet studio here, ready to get things going. I'm Jeff Madej. She's Angela Herman.
Guilty.
And we've got an 8-race card tonight, or pardon me, a 9-race card.
Yeah.
Got 3 quarter-horse races again to close things out.
Give the quarter horses their due, Jeffrey.
Yes,
They're going to take
them.
up a third of the card.
This is our final Thursday night. Final Thursday night of racing of the season. We'll go back to our Saturday, Sunday, Wednesday schedule starting this Saturday. But we've got to get down to the business at hand. But we probably before that talk about last night because it was the biggest night of quarter horse racing of the season.
Indeed it was. We had a couple of stakes for 2-year-olds and then one for 3-year-olds in the middle, that being the Canterbury Park Quarter Horse Derby. But it started with what looked like a formidable favorite after a scratch in the juvenile. And I mean, that one really lived up to the expectation. Dakota Silvermoon, ultra impressive, and a nice turnaround from the disastrous start of her trial run for the Northlands.
Yeah, sometimes that's what happens. You've got to pay attention to what goes on in those races, in the trial races. If they have trouble, they don't make the final, but they might come back and run big, and she did for trainer Mallory Norton. Now, the Derby had one of my favorite horses, Beep Beep Rev Rev, a Minnesota-bred filly who can flat out run. They'd never gone 400 yards, so things might have gotten a little dicey in the late stages. Let's take a look. Beep Beep Rev Rev breaking from the 2-hole. Just enough to get the job done. Beep, beep, rev, rev. Now has won 8 races, I believe, from 13 lifetime starts. She is something special.
And 4 of 6 at Canterbury. She's just unstoppable in her home state, seems.
Absolutely. Then we went on to the final race last night. It was the biggest race of the evening and of the quarter horse season. Then $98,600 was the pot, and the Northlands for Charity, 350 yards the distance. These were 2-year-olds. You fancied a horse, and it wasn't one of the 6 Olmsted runners.
You did hint at it on X, Twitter, whatever you want to call it. Yes, Tyler Stein has quite the 2-year-old on his hands, and he stacked victories in futurities back-to-back with, of course, the trial for the Northlands in between, but relentlessly fast. Let's take a look.
Wow, what a finish there, Ange. That horse ran well. And young Tyler Stein, just 22 years old.
Yeah.
Tom Maher trusted him with some nice horses, including Relentlessly Fast, and he absolutely delivers. So good for that kid, because we've had a history of very good quarter horse trainers here throughout, and I think Stein might be another one.
Yeah, and I think that he is making a rapid ascension to the top. You can see Relentlessly Fast has now won 3 in a row, 2 of those stakes races in the future. Very bright for that Minbred. Now, on to race number 7 today. We have a scratch. He was a scratch last night, scratched in favor of this maiden spot, and Valiant Speed is going to be our play for the night. He did scratch out of the juvenile, not the futurity, but out of the juvenile, out of the consolation to run in this spot. And even his 7th place finish last time around, in the speed that he showed out of the gate, should work very well at 300 yards. A little less distance, a little easier competition, just because they're maidens and not stakes horses. Valiant Speed, I think, has a great chance to wind up in the winner's circle to kick off that quarter horse pick 3 in the 7th. That's
Absolutely.
the 4.
It's also part of the pick 4 and the late pick 5. And I agree. I'm singling there too. So either we win or we lose together. But Valiant Speed, Olmsted, Escobedo should be the best horse in that race. And that's, some people don't handicap quarter horse races as much as they do the thoroughbreds. Even sometimes they're scared of them for whatever reason. It's like, well, I don't play quarter horses. Well, if you can handicap thoroughbreds, you for sure can handicap quarter horses. It's a straight line. They run straight ahead, and the fastest horse generally wins. So you just got to do your homework and look at it, but it's no different than thoroughbred racing once you learn how to figure out how to read the past performances, how to look at the running lines, factor some things in.
It's a fun puzzle.
Oh,
It's a
I
fun
love
puzzle.
it.
Yeah, exactly. He loves the quarter horses. I really like the quarter horses. I think that you and I probably have the most affection for these races in the press box, but that's why we look at them before the races, and that's why we promote them like we do. I got an angle a little bit later. The play of the day is all about quarter horses. It's been a big day for a big couple of days for them, so we'll see if we can't make some cash with them. Quarter horses pay exactly the same as the thoroughbreds.
I mentioned Saturday night racing, 5 o'clock. One of your favorite horses happens to be running on Saturday night. Tell us more.
Yes, I know. My Miss Midnight Current is in on Saturday. And, of course, she comes with her teammate, the horse that you fancy from the Burnt Stable as far as the Distaff Turf females go. Let's Skedaddle and Midnight Current. Again, there's some main track only entrants in there, too, just in case the weather does strike down. But if they're out, I don't think the race gets any less exciting between these two. They have been at the top of their game now for almost a couple of years, just facing off against each other.
Yeah, Midnight Current last year was unbeatable. I think she's had a couple of tough trips this year, but she's still super sharp. That could be a stakes race, but it's going to serve as a nice prep race for September 9th, which is Minnesota Festival of Champions.
Precisely. Yeah, but if Midnight Current, Let's Skedaddle, and those classy fillies aren't enough, you can come back on Sunday because we got food trucks out here.
Yeah, it's still summer. It's supposed to be nice and warm this weekend, and we've got the Food Truck Festival Sunday, August 20th. That's this Sunday. In fact, there'll be multiple food trucks here. I can't tell you what they are, but I just get in line and start eating.
It's all delicious. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, and you'll find them near the paddock. You'll find them out on the track apron. It's just a great way to have a good time at the racetrack and sample some new food. We've got great food here, but if you're here a lot, it's nice to have some other options as well now and then.
Yeah, and if you don't find something you like in the first, 5 trucks, keep walking because there's going to be more. This is a festival. They will be lined up everywhere. If there's a long line, just wait, maybe a race or two, go back and try it again, but try as much as you can because the summer's winding down, and how many more food truck festivals in the sun are we going to have? Got to take advantage of it this Sunday, the 20th.
Another thing to take advantage of are those pick 5s we talked about. The 10% takeout on the pick 5. And the takeout, for those of you maybe new to racing, when you bet money into these pools, we're all betting, the racetrack takes a percentage out. It pays the purses, it pays Angela, and the rest of the money left over goes back to the winners. So the lower the takeout, the more money back to the winners. We're hoping that's you, but in this pick 5, it's only 10%.
Right. In the pick 5, it's 10%. In the post-time pick 4, that starts off, it's 10%. You can bet 10% horizontal wagers all the way through if you so wish. And we do have 2 of those pick 5 tonights. And the post-time pick 4, coming up in 16 minutes, has no scratches to it.
Yeah, that's pretty nice.
Yeah, it's a clean sequence all the way through. Remember, if you do have performances that you printed beforehand, it might say 30 feet. Rails are at 20 feet tonight. It's about all we got, really, especially in the early part of this for changes. It's awesome. And the post-time pick 4 is now 15 minutes away.
And we've got those 2 pick 5s, one in race 2. That's all thoroughbreds. And then we have another one that starts, I believe, in race 5. That'll be the last two thoroughbred races plus the final 3 quarter horse races. So the crossbreed pick 5. And it paid well last night.
Paid awesome, yeah.
Yeah. So
lowest in the Milky Way as far as that takeout goes. 10% takeout on the post-time pick 4 and those pick 5s.
You and Kevin will help people along the way here. You can find all your picks, of course, online at the Pros page, I believe. And then
Pros Picks.
Yeah, Pros Picks on Twitter or
yeah,
X. Or
we update them, put them on Twitter whenever there's scratches, changes, anything unforeseen. You got to be ready to change things up, so that's what we do. Check out our Twitter handles, Gorgomatic, Angela Herman 15. I'm not that clever, apparently. CBY Track Flack. Won't mention who that is, but we'll try to keep you up on all of the changes and goings on here because, you know, it's horse racing. Stuff can happen, and we got to keep you up on all that so that you can make the most money possible in this 9-race card.
Don't forget the Star Tribune, too.
Don't forget the Star Trib.
Strib on Twitter, or you can buy it like I do every morning in the print edition and get a look at those picks from Jay's Plays, or online at startribune.com in the sports section. So
look behind us. We got horses.
A lot of experts. Yeah, there are horses.
We got horses for the first.
Big favorite on the outside. I wonder what Kevin Gorg might do with Burnt Match and Erica Murray.
Let's find out.
Kevin, are you out there?
Guys, I'm here. Yeah, what do you do here? This horse was 2-5 about 10 minutes ago. Currently now 4-5 up on the board. Burnt Match, Tony Rengsdorf. Yeah, this is a horse second time off the layoff that makes a lot of sense, but Erica Murray doesn't ride a lot of horses for Tony Rengsdorf. Just one here so far this season. So as we get ready to attack the post-time pick 4, this is one of those big decisions you have to make. I have the race 6, 3, and 2. And on my pick 4, I am going to single. And it was a hard decision because I think in this race, you either single if you really like Burnt Match or you spread, because Paul Allen talks about this a lot. If you can get by one of these odds-on favorites, and even if you find a 2-1 shot, a 5-1 shot, somebody logical, maybe that isn't even money or lower, then a lot of players get eliminated in that pick 4, and the payoffs start to really multiply. So I just didn't see it. The more I looked at the race, I think Burnt Match gets a really good trip. Outside post at 5.5 furlongs, I think suits her real well. Second time off the layoff. She's competed at Colonial on the turf. She's been to Churchill Downs. She's a very well-meant horse, and I'm going to try this homebred for Suzanne Stables. And again, 4-5 tells the story on the tote board. You know, it's an interesting race, and I think as you dive deeper into the race, you try to look for horses that might have an upset chance. And I thought that the next one in line might be the 3, Native Doll. But back to Native Doll. I thought Native Doll, after a troubled debut, this 3 filly, might be a horse to give a look to. It's the other Tony Rengsdorf, and what's interesting, Burnt Match is even money, but Native Doll gets Carlo Lopez to ride, and Lopez tends to ride some live horses for this barn. So food for thought. When you see a trainer, a good trainer especially, like Tony Rengsdorf with a couple of horses in, keep an eye on that jockey movement. Carlo Lopez on Native Doll, to me, that 3 is awfully playable at 5-1. Here's Mighty Maddie. Mighty Maddie is third time off the layoff. She tried Stakes Company last time out. She ran into a horse named Cupid's Crush, and that's a really nice horse. Just ran second last weekend on Made in Minnesota night. Mighty Maddie's bred by Free Drop Billy. That's the sire. So I think as the distances get longer, she might be better. but she is absolutely good enough to compete here. She looks solid in the paddock, good energy, good body language. Ooh, we've got a double handler on the 2. Mac Robertson with the old double handler trick. I'm Blue 2. Here's a horse that showed a lot of speed. This is the Paul Allen patented speed and fade pattern here. Bumped at the opening of the race, then dueled, then weakened. Gallardo, such a good jockey and typical for a Mac horse, just looks awesome in the paddock. Look at that coat. Look at the muscle. Yeah, 2 absolutely is a contender here and sure looks the part in the paddock. There's Native Doll, the horse I talked about already. 1 career start. You can draw a line through it. Dwelt when the gate opened, so really had no chance. And Rengsdorf's such a good trainer. 5-1's a really good price on Native Doll. The 4-horse right now is the longest shot on the board. Hout Charlotte makes a nice impression here. Flashed a little speed behind I'm So Funny. That's kind of a key race back on July 30th. Looks good physically. You get Derby glass. I would expect this horse to be prominent. Maybe not quite as quick as the 2, but not far behind in the early stages. 5 could be the X factor because it's a first-time starter, and it's a well-bred first-time starter. The Daddy Lemon Drop Kid, such a nice racehorse. Travers winner, Belmont winner. Long distances won't be a problem here. This horse might end up on the turf at some point, but the workouts on the main track have been outstanding in preparation for career start number 1 for Steph's Top Nick. You get Lindy Wade, patient rider. I think, again, this horse clearly has some skills, so we'll see how that horse plays today. And now we take a look at this 6, and this is Burnt Match. And you know what? The debut was good. It wasn't great here at Canterbury after racing at Colonial and Churchill Downs, but it was good enough. And I think this is a horse that if she can take the next logical step forward with Miss Murray, I think she's going to be a handful here. Is she even money? Not in my eyes. I think this race is a little tougher than that. But certainly a horse, if you're going to play the pick 4, you're going to want to use. I'm going to actually single this horse in my pick 4. Now you get the grid of selections. T-Pop all over the 2. I'm Blue 2. And Horse Racing Nation, bullish on the Mac Robertson first-time starter. The rest of us following each other like a bunch of sheep to the 6. So maybe you can beat us. And if you can in the pick 4, that really does change the sequence with the price availability as this pick 4 progresses. We've seen some big payoffs in the pick 4, so good luck. We'll go over the pick 4 shortly. Right now, though, the horses leave the paddock. Soon they'll be on the track, and we'll greet the bugler for the night. Sir Leonard Dykkert's up next. Welcome to Canterbury Park. Welcome to Thursday Night Racing. There's the call to the post for the lid lifter, race number 1. Win, place, show, exacta, trifecta, superfecta, daily double, and that post-time pick 4 is available here. The post-time pick 4 with that 10% takeout. Your chance to make hundreds, maybe thousands of dollars if you can nail the first 4 winners. Play that post-time pick 4. They'll be at the gate for race 1 in just 7 minutes. Okay, race fans, here's the post-time pick 4 ticket I've assembled. It's just a $9 play today. I made a decision early on that I was going to single in the first race and therefore keep this ticket to a manageable number. It's a risky play. Burnt Match looks like the most likely winner, but not a complete standout. I very much respect the 2 and 3 here especially, but we're going to single the 6. In race 2, we're going to use 2, 5, and 6. I think race 2, very balanced field with the top contenders there, so I'll spread a little bit. In race 3, I'll use the 3 Bugler, who's likely favored, and my top pick is the 6 American Refugee, who should be around 2.5 or 3 to 1. In the final leg, I want a couple options here. This is a good-looking turf race. I'll use the 1, the 4, and the 7. 7 is Sarge's Sermon, my top pick at 3 to 1. That one horse, Our Valley, might be lone speed with Carlo Lopez at 8 to 1. So I want to have some coverage there, but I've got to get through this first leg. Got to get the 6 home. If we do that, we'll have some real options here in the post-time pick 4. You can play my ticket, you can modify my ticket, and come up with your own version of it, but you can't win it if you don't get in it. Post-time pick 4 and a Thursday night 9-pack of races. Crank up in 5 minutes.
Arriving at the starting gate, and it is post time for the first at Canterbury Park. Welcome to a beautiful Thursday, our final Thursday card of the 2023 season. Burnt Match is our first favorite. Racing this evening is provided by Busch Light. We also thank Maker's Mark, Minnesota Lottery, Mick Ultra, and Pepsi. The first is courtesy of Loeffler. We have one back. It is Burnt Match. That's the favorite. A 6-pack to begin festivities. Good luck. And they're racing. I'm Blue 2 is in the black early. Burnt Match, the hot favorite, joins to the outside, and between them is Haute Charlotte in tightly between those two runners, now a length and a half from it, and to the outside of Mighty Maddie. 2.5 behind that is Steph's Top Nick. Then we come back to Native Doll, last and 7 lengths rearmost. It is Burnt Match taking a very narrow lead. I'm Blue 2 cuts with that one to the inside, and that personal match race is now 10 clear from Haute Charlotte, who's heading the wrong way. Native Doll is about to pass that one. Steph's Top Nick is on the move, and in last is Mighty Maddie, and there goes Burnt Match igniting. Burnt Match leads it by 1.5, make it 2. It's ever widening. Behind that one is I'm Blue 2. Then it's Steph's Top Nick potentially rolling into second, but nobody's rolling into first and beating Burnt Match, who has put their backs against the wall, and Burnt Match is gone. The People's Choice prevails at 4-5. Mighty Maddie second, Steph's Top Nick third. The first race is official. Exacta 480, trifecta $6.70. It was chalk all odds. The superfecta paid nearly $5 for a dime. Race number 2 takes us to a firm turf course, and the rail is set at 20. Programs are incorrect. The rail is set at 20 feet. We welcome our featured groups to the racetrack today. Those with Agronomic Solutions, 5-Star Financial, Sherman, Pope, IMEG, Griner Event, Vincent Companies, Western National Insurance Group, Steam Logistics, Ascent Specialized, Norex, and PFS Weber District. Welcome. Race number 2 is 22 minutes from now, and courtesy of Apple Autos, the official vehicle supplier to this racetrack, we take off at about 5:35, and welcome to the races. In the winner's enclosure, it is Burnt Match and Erica Murray. Winning owners are Suzanne Stables and the winning trainer, Tony Rengstorff. Burnt Match is a 4-year-old bay filly by Noble Mission out of Nagzilla. Bred in Minnesota by the winning owner, Suzanne Stables. And they're racing. I'm Blue 2 is in the black early. Burnt Match, the hot favorite, joins to the outside, and between them is Haute Charlotte in tightly between those two runners, now a length and a half from it, and to the outside of Mighty Maddie. 2.5 behind that is Steph's Top Nick. Then we come back to Native Doll, last and 7 lengths rearmost. It is Burnt Match taking a very narrow lead. I'm Blue 2 cuts with that one to the inside, and that personal match race is now 10 clear from Haute Charlotte, who's heading the wrong way. Native Doll is about to pass that one. Steph's Top Nick is on the move, and then last is Mighty Maddie, and there goes Burnt Match igniting. Burnt Match leads it by 1.5, make it 2. It's ever widening. Behind that one is I'm Blue 2. Then it's Steph's Top Nick potentially rolling into second, but nobody's rolling into first and beating Burnt Match, who has put their backs against the wall, and Burnt Match is gone. The People's Choice prevails at 4-5. Mighty Maddie second, Steph's Top Nick third.
All right, welcome out to the paddock. Burnt match, the People's Choice with a heady ride from Erica Murray. Survives the pace battle and steals away into the Shakopee steam here on a Thursday afternoon. Good way to start the night. Now we move on to the pick five. And yes, we have two different pick fives. This one here starts in race 2. Later, race 5 combines thoroughbreds and quarter horses. Let's handicap this turf sprint together. 5 furlongs, the bill of fare. Minnesota bred, some nice, talented Minnesota breds here. Led by number 1, Crocodile Hunter. Timmy Padilla having a banner summer with his go-to guy, Alonzo Quinones, in the saddle. There's Pete Madsen. All he does is smile and make money, and not in that order. He's been rolling again at Canterbury. And this horse makes his turf debut. He's bred decently for it. Comes off a sharp workout on August the 6th. I like that workout. Looks good down here in the paddock. Should flash some speed and taking money at 7-2. Angela Herman likes the 2 St. Charles. Why not? You get double H. Harry Hernandez for Chris Richard. Owns a couple wins on the Canterbury turf. My only question mark with this horse is, man, there's a lot of speed in this race. If this horse can survive the pace, this horse has a ton of talent. St. Charles, right now, the People's Choice at 9-5. Right now, the longest shot on the board is the next horse in line. It's Scatamaran, Jermaine Bridgemahan for Chris Richard. So Mr. Richard has both the 2 and the 3. Scatamaran has enough speed to stay up early, but probably going to sit just off the pace. St. Charles, his barnmates, got the best of him this summer twice. We'll see if he can turn the tables here tonight at a big number. 4 is Sam Says, Constantino Roman for Mike Beeler. Keep an eye on Mike Beeler's horses tonight. He is 2 wins away from a milestone. That milestone is 1,000 wins. Anytime Beeler has a horse, you better pay attention. He is having another great summer here at the track. Now, my top pick in the race is the 5, and we're finally taking a little bit of money here at 9-2. And listen, the speed figures are a cut below, but I saw so much speed in this race. The inside 2 have speed. The outside horse has speed. And Midnight Royal has no speed. So in a 5 furlong race, I'm going to bank on jockey Luis Valenzuela at some point pressing the button, and I'm going to hope that those Lime Silks, the old Percy Sherbinsky Silks, can come charging down the Canterbury stretch. I get Joel Burnt at near 5-1. I'm okay with that. Outside horse, do not overlook this horse. This is Withstand the Storm. Lindy Wade for my man Troy Bethke. Razor sharp, early speed, and the old outside attack post. I think both the 5 and the 6 look fantastic down here in the paddock. Healthy looking coats, good muscle. 2 different running styles. We'll see how that plays out, but those are my top 2 horses in this race. I love turf sprints at Canterbury, and you have to love playing the pick 5, and you get 2 chances to play the pick 5. Right now, we start the early pick 5. Later in race 5, we play the late pick 5. So many ways to make money, and there's also so many ways to bet. Fans, did you know that you can download the First Bet app right onto your phone? You can be hip now with it and wow. With that app on your phone, you never have to stand in line. You can deposit money on your phone into your First Bet app. You can bet all night long from your favorite spot. And then at the end of the night, you can take that money right back out. It's the First Bet app. It's the preferred app of all the Sharpies up in the press box. It's an easy way to play Canterbury Park. Horses head down the tunnel. Soon they'll be on the track, and they're going to get that turf course. Inside 10 minutes, it's race 2. It's coming up. It's race 2 coming at you. It's race 2 next.
Next. Ladies and gentlemen, Sir Leonard Dykert. Here they come to a firm turf course to begin the 10% takeout 50-cent pick 5 on races 2 through 6. Turf firm, rail at 20, and race time is 5 minutes from now.
Hello from the winner's circle on another beautiful evening. It's Thursday, we got horses, but we got cards down in the card room too, so it's time to play a little bit of blackjack. Now, I have a couple here with me. First, I want to hear your names, where you're from.
Joe from Northfield.
And Hannah from Northfield.
And Joe and Hannah are celebrating their 4th wedding anniversary. So let's give them a congratulations and see if we can get them a daily double to go along with that. Now, we're playing a little blackjack today. You have to beat our lovely dealer, our lovely dealer, Amanda. We got the cards coming over here. And go ahead and deal them out. Let's see if you guys can beat the dealer. You guys got 16, and the dealer shows, ooh, a 6. Okay. Now, would you guys like to stand, or would you like to take a hit?
We're going to stay on this one.
Okay, they're going to stand on 16. What do you got? Okay, she's got a hit. She has 16. Take the hit. Bust it. Oh, I'm so sorry. She got 19. Well, that's okay. We'll get you guys some admission passes, and you've obviously been winners. You guys have spent 4 wonderful years together. Add this night to it. Congratulations to you both, and we'll still get you some passes and some goodies to enjoy your day with, but hopefully we get you some winners and cash along the way with the horses. Thanks for joining us, you guys.
Thank you so
Thank
much.
you.
Congratulations to you both.
Two minutes. Alrighty, they've reached the starting gate, and it is now post time. Into the gate. They are about set to roll for the second of 9 this Thursday at CBY. Wide open in the win wagering. St. Charles 2-1, Midnight Royal and Crocodile Hunter 2.5-1, Withstand the Storm 3-1. Crocodile Hunter and Sam Says making their turf debuts. Crocodile Hunter, 4-1. About a minute and a half ago, now down to 2.5 to 1. In line. Crocodile Hunter. Yip Yip, the Kip Clip. Next. St. Charles. Stablemate, Scatamaran. Midnight Royal for the leading trainer. And Withstand the Storm, wearing the familiar spanky clean colors. All right, now. And they're racing. Scatamaran wins the break. Here comes Crocodile Hunter with elite speed to the inside. Sam Says in his turf debut, also flashing speed. And the two trying the turf for the first time might be liking it. They go 1-2. Withstand the Storm is on the wide side. Ryder has the fuchsia colors. After that, Scatamaran. Then we come to St. Charles beginning to advance right next to the stablemate. Way back in last is Midnight Royal. 10 lengths from front to back. Crocodile Hunter in the queue. Crocodile Hunter from Withstand the Storm. Sam Says heading the wrong way. Then we come to Scatamaran to the inside of St. Charles. And they're still chasing Crocodile Hunter, who leads it by 2. Crocodile Hunter liking it. Withstand the Storm is next. Then we come to Scatamaran, but number 1 is numero uno in race number 2. Crocodile Hunter prevails. Number 1, Crocodile Hunter ran first. 1-6-2-3 in 56.28 by the talented Crocodile Hunter. Race 2 is official. The 1-6 Matt Castle Exacta paid $16 and change. 10-cent make that the Exacta paid $12.30. The trifecta paid $15.90. First double $6.80. Superfecta $15.10. We come now to the third race, which is provided by Cutwater Spirits and Ashley Home Store. We are back to a fast main track for race number 3. and they'll be to the gate about 22 minutes from now. Into the winner's circle, Crocodile Hunter and Alonzo Quinones. The winning owners, Pete Matson and Tim Padilla. They also bred Crocodile Hunter right here in Minnesota. Tim is the winning trainer. Crocodile Hunter is a 3-year-old bay son of Palace out of Gordon Gibbs. Make that Garden Gloves. Garden Gloves, the victorious mare. We've had a concert series this spring-summer at Canterbury, and the final outdoor concert is September 8th. It is Randy Hauser. Randy Hauser performs at Canterbury Friday, September 8th. If that tickles your fancy, tickets at canterburypark.com. And they're racing. Scatamaran wins the break. Here comes Crocodile Hunter with elite speed to the inside. Sam Says in his turf debut also flashing speed. And the two trying the turf for the first time might be liking it. They go 1-2. Withstand the Storm is on the wide side. Ryder has the fuchsia colors. After that, Scatamaran. Then we come to St. Charles beginning to advance right next to the stablemate. Way back in last is Midnight Royal. 10 lengths from front to back. Crocodile Hunter in the queue. Crocodile Hunter from Withstand the Storm. Sam Says heading the wrong way. Then we come to Scatamaran to the inside of St. Charles, and they're still chasing Crocodile Hunter, who leads it by 2. Crocodile Hunter liking it. Withstand the Storm is next. Then we come to Scatamaran, but number 1 is numero uno in race number 2. Crocodile Hunter prevails.
We move on to race number 3 after Crocodile Hunter takes his act to the turf and successfully comes home in the second. Just a mild upset, took some money, and lived up to the hype. Now for the third, we have $10,000 claimers. Everybody has either not won 3 or they're Minnesota bred and they have won 4. And we don't have any changes in here. Your heavy favorites on screen now. Mongolian Bee has taken money from the word go. This horse comes off a 5th place finish against double-priced foes. I suppose it would make sense. Hap Hot, Seed of Success, and Blame JD would all take a ton of money in here too, and he is right now at 6-5. Blame JD came back to run second. Seed of Success was a little bit further back, but they did validate that race a touch. And if this horse can get some sort of pace in front of him, he may be closer to it today by default. Mongolian Bee is in a very good spot. You get 5-1 on Run Today, who is trying to run his record to 2-4 at Canterbury. But Run Today did some of that good work as a 2-year-old. Now as a 3-year-old, he's put in 2 races, and both of them he's run 6th. He hasn't shown the same sort of speed that he did when he was younger, but he's also been against pretty pricey horses at Oaklawn and up here, those being optional claimers. Now this is a whole different batch, and he's still been working really well in the morning. This one, from Mattress Max Camp has worked very well, worked very speedily in some of those short works, just hasn't put it together in the afternoon. Perhaps this class drop is what does the trick at 5-1. Bugler, just to his outside, also has speed, and this was my selection in here. Daler Barrios Lopez is going to take over the riding on him. Both him and Run Today probably would like to be close to the front end. I mean, going back to Run Today, Mattress Mac is 6-12 at Canterbury. Bugler comes from a stable who's had a very good meet thus far, 15% to be exact. And Bugler comes off a 3rd place finish behind Go Yoshka. We saw that horse get scratched yesterday, but Bugler still seems to be much better when he's close to the front end. And I mean, I would guess with the blinkers on, they're just going to try to get him clear and hope that nobody comes to get him. Might not be an easy task, but 5-1 is worth the gamble. Did not think Bugler would be at this sort of price. Birdie Machine, just to his outside, does have some speed, but he's mostly shown that against a little bit lower priced foes. 6250s and 7500s were the last 2 sites of his wins. When he tried to take on Minnesota bred allowance foes, it went okay. He just never got closer to the lead than a length and 3/4. He was behind Happy Hour Bobby and Silver Dash, a horse that beat him on the lead, and a horse that beat him from behind. So their next alternative was to drop him down to this level. And I mean, he's looking to get his 4th career win. Birdie Machine's put together a good piece of work for himself, but he could find himself in a duel on the front end if he does decide to go after Bugler or perhaps Run Today. Run Lee Run is cutting back in distance. You wouldn't expect him to be too close to the pace. But the last time that we did see him win, he was sprinting. Or no, sorry, he was off the turf. Prior to that, he was sprinting and he was 3rd. But in that off the turf race, he did face off against a full field. And I mean, they were at this price. But again, they were, for the most part, you would think, turf horses. So Run Lee Run has some things to prove. The outside horse, American Refugee, is 7-2. This is Paul Allen's pick. And Jose Silva Jr. tries to get back-to-back wins with him on a steep class drop. This one comes from allowance foes down to this $10,000 level. But they'll just run them wherever they can right now. Time is winding down in the season. An American Refugee, a very good fit on the outside at 7-2. It's a tricky 3rd race despite its size of its cast, and find out in 9 minutes who will come out victorious in the 3rd. You can do pick 3s, doubles, exactas, tries, and 10-cent supers. They are headed to the track now, but don't go away from those monitors. The power play is coming up next.
All right, race fans, Kevin Gorg up in the press box. We get ready for tonight's Tri-State Bobcat Power Play. We're going to try to shoot and score in race 6 with number 5, Ben's Malice. Big, strong racehorse. Let's take a look at some of the factors as we handicap together. Factor number 1 is that guy, Pete Madsen. Just won race 2 again. All he does is win races as an owner. Those green silks, so familiar. This Minnesota bred loves Canterbury. 6 starts on our turf, 3 wins, including off a long layoff last time. Hadn't raced since December. Ran here in late July and just ran a beautiful race. Yes, Alonso Quinones gets off, but we get a good jockey in Constantino Roman. So Ben's Malice tonight is the play. I really like this horse, and I like the workout since his last start. He'll be legged up. He'll be full of run. Ben's Malice tonight in race 6, number 5. Don't panic. He'll be far back early, but it will come get the money for us late.
It's post time.
It is now post time. American Refugee, 8-5. Mongolian B, receiving some late win wagering, down to 2-1. And American Refugee, the last in line. Here they come. And they're racing, and they've broken a perfect line. Birdie Machine wins the start, tries to fly away. After that is Run Today to the inside, and 4-2. Race Out 2.5, 3 to the good of Run Lee Run. Then we come back to Bugler, and Bugler's finding a nice stride up into third, being pushed on a bit now though. Then it's Mongolian B, and after that American Refugee beginning to advance from last, 5-6 lengths from the front. And the front belongs to Run Today at 7-1. Run Today leads it by 2, handheld. Meanwhile, American Refugee being shoved on incredibly hard, advancing a bit and passed by Bugler, who's on the move. It is Run Today, Bugler alongside. Behind them, Mongolian B watches a sweet one from 3 out of it. Birdie Machine is next. Then it's American Refugee, and the one in last is Run Lee Run, and the one in first still tenuously is Run Today, and Bugler shades that one and passes Run Today, who comes back on diligently. Then it's Birdie Machine and American Refugee. Bugler is desperately trying to put away Run Today, who won't go away, but Bugler's 2-game and wins. 3-2 in race 3. Photo finish and 2 claims. Photo finish and 2 claims. Stand by. Result of the photo shows the winner is number 3, Bugler. 3-2-5-4. 2 claims in race number 3, and both for 10 grand. Number 1, Mongolian B, was claimed by trainer Chris Richard for owner Maggie Moss. And number 6, American Refugee, claimed by Tony Rengstorff for Arundel Ranch. Make that Arundel Ranch. 2 $10,000 claims in race 3. American Refugee, Rengstorff, Arundel, and Mongolian B, Richard Moss. In the winner's enclosure, it is Bugler and Daylor Barrios Lopez. The winning owner and trainer is Ryan Kenny. $1 exacta, $31.80. 50-cent trifecta, $198.10. 10-cent superfecta, $313. And the double from race 2, $15.50. Race 4 is on the beautiful turf course. It's firm, no scratches. And they're racing, and they've broken a perfect line. Birdie Machine wins the start, tries to fly away. After that is Run Today to the inside, and 4 and 2. Race Out 2.5, 3 to the good of Run Lee Run. Then we come back to Bugler, and Bugler's finding a nice stride up into third, being pushed on a bit now though. Then it's Mongolian B, and after that American Refugee beginning to advance from last, 5-6 lengths from the front. And the front belongs to Run Today at 7-1. Run Today leads it by 2, handheld. Meanwhile, American Refugee being shoved on incredibly hard, advancing a bit, and passed by Bugler, who's on the move. It is Run Today, Bugler alongside. Behind them, Mongolian B watches a sweet one from 3 out of it. Birdie Machine is next, then it's American Refugee, and the one in last is Run Lee Run, and the one in first still tenuously is Run Today, and Bugler shades that one and passes Run Today, who comes back on diligently. Then it's Birdie Machine and American Refugee. Bugler is desperately trying to put away Run Today, who won't go away, but Bugler's 2-game and wins. 3-2 in race 3.
Sun is shining. We go back to a nice firm turf course for race number 4. And don't forget to get those pick 5s ready for race 5. The late pick 5 features thoroughbreds and quarter horses. Some very, very competitive races on the back end of this card. And to get you ready for that, maybe we can find you a winner here in the 4th race. 7.5 furlongs on that turf course. And here we go. Number 1 is Our Valley, currently on the tote board at 7-1. Now, Our Valley lately has been fringe playing against some tough competition. Do note that behind Go Yoshka last time was a horse named Bugler who ran 3rd. We just saw Bugler win race 3, so maybe that's a productive race. And maybe, just maybe, Our Valley can get loose on the front with the crafty one, Carlo Lopez, calling the shots. So I think this is a sneaky horse for your tries and supers on the back end of it. Good looking horse in the paddock. Our Valley likely going to try to steal away on the front end. Number 2 is Grunder. There's some steam on Grunder. Superstats Dave, who does that wonderfully crafted tip sheet that is hand folded, is bullish on Grunder. Angela's got the horse 2nd, and I just saw Richard Grunder in the press box this past weekend, and he was all smiles. So interesting horse at 14-1. 3 is Riding the Train, Lindy Wade for Robin Spencer. Speed figures are decent, running style fits, but the 2 for 42 is something you're going to have to get over here. It's a little camera shy for me, but the speed figures tell you this horse can at least hit the trifecta or super, and taking some money at 8-1. Feeding Frenzy, I think, likely goes favored come post time. I see the 7 is 4-5 right now, and maybe there's just enough money to keep that horse favored. But Feeding Frenzy looks like a horse that's always in the mix. Bridge Mahan for Joel Burnt, great connections. Feeding Frenzy's numbers on our turf course are rock solid. 12 starts on the Canterbury turf, 7 for 12 in the top 3. So really hard to build a trifecta without that horse in the mix, especially if you're going to get 3-1. Very good price right now on the morning line favorite. 5 is Seeking Splendor, Barejas for Miguel Angel Silva. The most recent turf start was fairly encouraging. Did the dirty work early. Mark and Greeley came from nowhere to win that race. This horse did all the work up front. So once again, like the 1 horse, the 5 is one of those sneaky long shots that might just hang around longer than you think here at this 7.5 furlong distance. 6 is a good-looking gray named Ghost Strategy. Eduardo Gallardo gets the call for Brianna McDaniel. Last time out against this level of competition, just didn't fire, but did have trouble out of the gate. Hopped out of the starting gate, so maybe you can draw a line through that and give the old forgiveness angle a try. I'm on the 7. I thought the horse would be a fair price, 3-1 morning line, but right now, Ted's group just pounding Sarge's sermon. Double H, Harry Hernandez, that's awesome. Mike Beeler, 2 wins away from 1,000. That's pretty cool. But I'm not betting this horse at 4-5. So I'm going to key this horse on top in the trifecta, try to get the 1 and maybe that sneaky 5 horse underneath. 7 looks good down here in the paddock too. Mike Beeler's barn has really been good all season long. And I think this horse gets a fair stalking trip from just behind that speed. And we'll see if that price will drift upwards come post time. A bevy of betting activity on the horizon, so get your vouchers and your wallets ready. The pick 5 is on deck, but right now we've got a race to run. Race number 4 closes out that early pick 4. If you're alive, we wish you the best of luck, and we urge you to come back and see us this weekend. Saturday it's 5 o'clock. Sunday is Pepsi Family Day at 1 o'clock. Petting zoo, face painting, pony rides, a kid race after the horse racing is done. I mean, there's 1,000 reasons to bring the kids out here Sunday. Forecast looks good. Yeah, before you go to the state fair, you need to bring the kids to Canterbury. Sunday, 1 o'clock right now. It's race 4. They'll be at the gate in around 8, and then they're going to get it on.
Race 4's field has now made its way on track. The fourth is at 7.5 on the turf. No scratches or jockey changes in the fourth. Double, pick 3, exacta, trifecta, and 10-cent superfecta available for wagering. The fourth is sponsored by Maker's Mark. We welcome our featured group, Agronomic Solutions Derby, and happy birthday Tim with BASF. 6 minutes until the fourth.
And the horses are approaching the starting gate. Thanks to Maker's Mark and Jim Beam Bourbon. Also, Busch Light, a proud sponsor of racing at Canterbury Park. Happy birthday, Tim, with BASF. It is now race time for the 4th at Canterbury Park. Saturday racing at 5. Pepsi Family Day Sunday at 1. We are in deep stretch of the 2023 Canterbury Park season. CanterburyPark.com to get information on what we do on and off the track, but we would love to see you whenever possible. We close mid-September. Sarge's sermon has gone in, and here they come. And they're racing. 1 and 3 out best. Our Valley to the inside, riding the train with Lindy Wade second, and right behind them is Grunder at 18-1. And as they corner, the top two pick up the tempo conspicuously. Our Valley trying to run away from a Headstrong riding the train, and those two are nearly in perfect harmony as they corner. Right behind them is Grunder, held together nicely, 2.5 from the front. Likewise for Seeking Splendor under an incredibly tight hold, pulling Barajas right out of the saddle. Then it's Sarge's Sermon down to the inside and sequestered and overtaken by Ghost Strategy, who's on the move with a half mile to go. And Feeding Frenzy is only 7 lengths from last. The pace slowed down conspicuously up the barn side, and now Our Valley runs away by 2. Our Valley leads it by 2. Ghost Strategy still on the move at 15-1. Ghost Strategy joins the leader. Right behind them is Riding the Train, and then we come back to Seeking Splendor. Sarge's Sermon, the favorite, is on the move at 5-2. Sarge's Sermon, rider has the orange helmet cover, 7 out of it, with Grunder behind that one. Likewise for Feeding Frenzy, and here they come. It is Our Valley. Sarge's Sermon looking to preach in the winner's circle, riding the train between them, and Feeding Frenzy is surging from behind, but it's too late, and it is Sarge's Sermon. Preach! Number 7, Sarge's Sermon, first. 7-6-3-5 in 130.06. And the results are unofficial. Please hold all tickets. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a jockey's objection that does not involve the top 2 finishers. However, number 3 riding the train, the 3rd place finisher, is under scrutiny. The rider aboard number 2, Grunter, Israel Hernandez, is claiming Lindy Wade and riding the train fouled them on the far turn. Once again, this jockey's objection being analyzed by our stewards does not involve the top 2 finishers. For the purpose of TV monitors, 2 and 3 are the ones at which you are peaking. Into the winner's circle, Sarge's Sermon. And the winning rider, Harry Hernandez. The winning owners, Next Level Canterbury Group. Well done, Teddy G. And the winning trainer, 999. No change to the final order of finish. 7-6-3-5 will be official shortly. In the estimation of our track referees, our stewards, as you see on TV monitors, there truly was insufficient evidence to use in disqualifying number 3 riding the train. So therefore, the stewards looked at it many times and just could not come up with a unified reason to disqualify number 3 riding the train. So 7-6-3-5 will be official shortly. And the fourth is official. The post time pick 4 paid $147.05. On to the fifth race. And the fifth begins a pick 5 anew. On the final 5 live races today, no scratches, no rider changes to the gate 20 minutes from now. Sarge's Sermon has gone in, and here they come. And they're racing. 1 and 3 out best. Our Valley to the inside, riding the train with Lindy Wade second, and right behind them is Grunder at 18-1. And as they corner, the top 2 pick up the tempo conspicuously. Our Valley trying to run away from a Headstrong riding the train, and those 2 are nearly in perfect harmony as they corner. Right behind them is Grunder, held together nicely, 2.5 from the front. Likewise for Seeking Splendor under an incredibly tight hold, pulling Barajas right out of the saddle. Then it's Sarge's Sermon down to the inside and sequestered and overtaken by Ghost Strategy, who's on the move with a half mile to go. And Feeding Frenzy is only 7 lengths from last. The pace slowed down conspicuously up the barn side, and now Our Valley runs away by 2. Our Valley leads it by 2. Ghost Strategy still on the move at 15-1. Ghost Strategy joins the leader. Right behind them is Riding the Train, and then we come back to Seeking Splendor. Sarge's Sermon, the favorite, is on the move at 5-2. Sarge's Sermon, rider has the orange helmet cover, 7 out of it, with Grunder behind that one. Likewise for Feeding Frenzy, and here they come. It is Our Valley. Sarge's Sermon looking to preach in the winner's circle, riding the train between them, and Feeding Frenzy is surging from behind, but it's too late, and it is Sarge's Sermon. Preach! I'm blue too. Then it's Steph's top Nick potentially rolling into second, but nobody's rolling into first and beating Burnt Match, who has put their backs against the wall, and Burnt Match is gone. The People's Choice prevails at 4-5. Mighty Maddie second, Steph's by 2. Crocodile Hunter liking it. Withstand the Storm is next. Then we come to Scatamaran. But number 1 is numero uno in race number 2. Crocodile Hunter prevails. Tenuously is run today, and Bugler shades that one and passes Run Today, who comes back on diligently. Then it's Birdie Machine and American Refugee. Bugler is desperately trying to put away Run Today, who won't go away, but Bugler's 2-game and wins. 3-2 in race 3. It is Our Valley. Sarge's Sermon looking to preach in the winner's circle, riding the train between them, and Feeding Frenzy is surging from behind, but it's too late, and it is Sarge's Sermon. Preach!
Sarge's Sermon gets up on the outside, and congratulations to the Beeler Bar, now sitting at 999 career wins. And to the next level group, they get the win with Sarge's Sermon. Close out the post-time pick 4. We move on to the pick 5, starting here in the 5th. They go 6.5 furlongs in here, and we don't have any changes in this 5th race. 8 will go to post, and they are in search of win number 2. They were all bred in the state of Minnesota, starting with the rail horse, Scary at Canterbury. Scary at Canterbury started off on a pretty fast track, and since that time he's been trying turf and dirt and different levels, but he has taken a couple of swings at the 7,500 non-2 level in June, and he was 4th and 5th in both of them. Scary at Canterbury just hasn't been able to carry his speed as far as he used to. However, he should be contributing to the pace just by virtue of his rail draw. I would think that Scary at Canterbury probably wouldn't be able to carry at 6.5. It's just not that easy to do it anyway, no matter how good you are. But Silent Sailor next door does not help matters in that respect, because Silent Sailor has some good speed himself. Usually he's sitting just off the pace, and he got that maiden win last time. Got it pretty clear too. Silent Sailor provides the opportunity for Mike Beeler to get that 1,000th win. Right now, he's 3-1. Hello, Miguel. The 3 Stun Gun right next door will be probably employing a very different journey than those inside 2, and even to Red Sense to his right, as Stun Gun typically comes from way out of it, coming out of the clouds, and Carmona will take over the riding duties on Stun Gun today. He likes this track quite a bit. He's hit the board in 5 of his 9 lifetime starts over it, and Stun Gun has usually done that around 1 turn. He'll do that again today. 6.5 should be right up this one's alley. He has tried it 4 times, but still, Stun Gun with more ground to work with will be a very good thing. If Red Sense does his thing too, there should be even more pace involved in the equation. This is who I took on top, and Red Sense comes off his maiden win as well. That was against $7,500 types, and he took it right to them from the start. Those were legit fractions too. I mean, Red Sense sizzled along on the front end, even though he got got a little bit tired late. He still drew off at the end of that. He did beat Silent Sailor, and Red Sense looks like he would be to the outside of most of the pace competition. All of that works well for me. 4-1 works even better. 9-2 on the outside of him is Lee of Little Faith. Lee of Little Faith recently broke his maiden 2, but he did it going 2 turns on the turf. The one time that horse sprinted on the dirt, he was way out of it early on, and they didn't go that quick to the half mile. Lee of Little Faith seems to like dictating things on the front end. That's the way that he's run his last 2. He set the pace right up until the end last time. Time before that, he only lost by a couple of lengths, but Lee of Little Faith has been a much different horse since being on the front end, so we'll see if he can do that here. Will be a challenge in the cutback in distance. Harmon Killerbrew to his outside is also cutting back. He's been on the main track going a mile, though. Harmon Killerbrew is going to cut back and try to see if something can develop up front as far as speed goes, because this horse has been pretty far out of it when he does sprint on the dirt. Harmon Killerbrew is 7-1 at the moment, and Harmon Killerbrew is one that I wanted to keep an eye on for behavioral purposes. He is getting a bit fractious over there, but not as bad as he's been in the past, and Harmon Killerbrew is one that you're going to want to keep an eye on track as well. Halo's Laddie comes off a 5th place finish at this level. He has been taking a few tries at it lately. Last time he fell a lot further off the pace, though. He was closer in his previous 2 tries, and Halo's Laddie may employ that again. Chad Lindsay has gotten to know him in those last few. We'll see if Halo's Laddie can push the issue along on the outside. Wild Time might do that too. You see a lot of horses fit this mold because a whole bunch of them navigated the maiden waters on the front end, or won that way. Wild Time was just off the pace. He drew outside to try to do the same sort of thing. It would seem to be a good position to do so. Wild Time just gives away a lot of experience to the rest of these with just 2 lifetime starts. We'll see if that did work, but 6.5 in start number 3, it might be a little bit to ask, but he certainly has the pedigree to be a runner. 9-2 is the price on the outside horse, and that is the group that heads to the track to start off the pick 5. That's a 10% takeout wager, a 50-cent minimum. That starts right here in the 5th, in addition to pick 3s, doubles, exactas tries, and 10-cent supers. A very full wagering menu, and 8 in the gate for the 5th. They head to the track now with 9 minutes to post. Kevin Gorg and his pick 5 wizardry are coming up next.
And the horses are coming onto the track for tonight's 5th race. Win Play Show, Exacta, Trifecta, Superfecta, Daily Double, Pick 3, and the 10% takeout, 50-cent Pick 5. Races 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9. Thoroughbreds and quarter horses combined for the late Pick 5. They'll be at the gate in 8. Race fans, we have a late equipment change here in the 5th race being announced for the first time. Here in race 5, number 1, Scary at Canterbury, will be racing with blinkers on. Blinkers back on, number 1, Scary at Canterbury. A late equipment change here in the 5th. We'll have a pick 5 ticket for you in just a couple of moments. Okay, race fans, time for our Pick 5 ticket here on the late Pick 5. And the horse on the screen right now is sitting on a big history-making win. That's Silent Sailor, the 2. Mike Beeler has 999 wins. If he gets Silent Sailor home, he'll get 1,000. I'll be the first one to celebrate with one of my favorite trainers here at Canterbury. That being said, this is a Pick 5 where I'm going to go a different direction. I'm going to use 3, 4, and 5 here and try to get a little value. 2 horses favored. It took the horse 15 starts to break the maiden. Like I said, I'll tip my hat to Mr. Beeler. If he gets it, it'll be awesome. But I'm going to use 3, 4, and 5 in this leg. Just the 4 and the 5 in the 6th race, which is Stagecoach Boys, and my top pick, Ben's Malice. Then I'll use the 4 and the 5 in the 7th, 2, 3, and 4 in the 8th, and I'll close it out with 5 and 6 in the 9th. It's a $36 Pick 5 ticket, and you've got just 4 minutes to get your ticket in. You can play mine. You can modify mine. You can play your own. If you want to win it, though, you've got to get in it, and you've got to get in right now. The late Pick 5, thoroughbreds and quarter horses. It's going to be awesome. Get your tickets in now. They'll be at the gate in 4 minutes. Fans, we have a late scratch being announced for the first time here in this 5th race. We scratch number 6, Harmon Killer Brew. Late scratch here in the 5th of number 6, Harmon Killer Brew. Refunds available right now for Win, Play, Show, Exacta, Trifecta, and Superfecta wagering, along with your doubles if you're starting this race with him. In the Pick 5, if you had this horse, you will get the off favorite. Late scratch of number 6 here in the 5th.
And the horses are arriving at the starting gate. It's post time for race number 5. Happy birthday, Ashley Nelson. Happy birthday, Ashley Nelson. From all of us here at Canterbury Park. Silent Sailor is 2-1 in favored. Trainer Mike Beeler is 1 victory from the milestone of 1,000 in his Canterbury Park Hall of Fame career. 2-1 on Silent Sailor. Red Sense and Wild Time, each 2.5-1. Lee of Little Faith, 4-1. Shares a home with Wild Time. And they're moving in line. Two back. Halo's Laddie and Wild Time. Wild Time goes in. 6 and a hook, and here they are. And they're racing. Swift beginnings for all 7, specifically. And the one way back in last is Halo's Laddie. They have a quarter of a mile to go. Lee of Little Faith and Eddie G about 6 from Silent Sailor. After that, Wild Time and Scary at Canterbury. And they are coming down to the final furlong. And the leader still is Lee of Little Faith. Lee of Little Faith is going to win easily and do so at 4-1. Hold all tickets. There will be a steward's inquiry into the running of race number 5, specifically identifying what transpired with Red Sense. Now, jockey Israel Hernandez was assisted into one of our ambulances, and hopefully we have a positive update for him a little later. Please hold all tickets. The stewards are analyzing the trip and path taken by number 8, Wild Time, the runner-up in race 5. Any potential change will not involve number 5, the winner, Lee of Little Faith. Ladies and gentlemen, number 8, Wild Time, has been disqualified from second and placed last for taking racing room from number 4, Red Sense, and in essence coming down on said horse with about 5.5 furlongs to go. So number 8 disqualified from second and placed last. The new top 4, 5, 2, 3, 1. Out of respect for the fallen jockey, we will not be showing replays of the inquiry. Congratulations to number 5, Lee of Little Faith, ridden by Eduardo Gallardo. Congratulations, Eric and Mary Von Segern. Likewise for trainer Mac Robertson. The connections for the victorious Lee of Little Faith, with race 5 going official. Lee of Little Faith is a 3-year-old chestnut gelding by Lee out of Gypsy Melody, bred in Minnesota by the winning owners, Eric and Mary Von Segern. Race number 6, 22 minutes from now. Turf Firm Pick 4 on the final 4 races, it's just 50 cents. Scratch numbers 2 and 7. And they're racing. Swift beginnings for all 7. Specifically, Lee of Little Faith trying to win 2 in a row. Opens up by 1.5. Silent Sailor, loud with the early speed, just off the heels of Lee of Little Faith. And now Scary at Canterbury blows by them all at 8-1. And Scary at Canterbury joins the lead. Number 4, Red Sense, has lost the rider. Number 4, Red Sense, is out of the race, having lost the rider as they head into the far turn. Number 4 is Sans Israel Hernandez, and the others go on. And up top, it is Lee of Little Faith, with behind that Scary at Canterbury. Silent Sailor moves to the outside. Then we come back to Wild Time, far out of it, not as far as Stun Gun. And the one way back in last is Halo's Laddie. They have a quarter of a mile to go. Lee of Little Faith and Eddie G about 6 from Silent Sailor. After that, Wild Time and Scary at Canterbury. And they are coming down to the final furlong. And the leader still is Lee of Little Faith. Lee of Little Faith is going to win easily and do so at 4-1. Hold all tickets. There will be a steward's inquiry into the running of race number 5, specifically identifying what transpired with Red Sense.
Jockey Eduardo Gallardo continues to sparkle in the saddle. He and Mac Robertson, a very potent team, and Lee of Little Faith, nice price at 4-1, sails away on the front end to win race 5. Now we move to race 6, our final thoroughbred race of the night. We've got 3 great quarter horse races for you on the back end. Let's handicap this one together. A couple of scratches, but really the meat and potatoes of this field still remains, and this really is like a small stakes event. You've got some really nice turf horses here that are going to compete in this allowance optional claimer. We'll start with Mac Robertson and Eduardo Gallardo trying to go back-to-back. They've got the one, Spiteful Sam. Second time off the break. This horse has run at Fairgrounds, Keeneland, Churchill, very glitzy racetracks, and we've got the double handler in play. Some people like to handicap the double handler. Troy Erkenbrack, one of them, is watching right now via the simulcast. He's probably running to the window to bet the one, who right now is a price. Mac Robertson looking to go back-to-back at a bettable number. Number 3 is Angel's Magic. This is one of the key players in this race. So very fast on the front end. You can expect this horse to be on the lead, and you can expect Chad Lindsay to know this horse pretty well. He's ridden this one the last 3 times. 2 of those have been victories. Can this horse hold up against stakes caliber competition? He is a really nice horse. He loves this turf, and Chad loves to ride him because they have a very good chemistry when they get together on the turf, and I think Angel's Magic will be the one you'll have to reel in when they turn down the Canterbury stretch. The world is on the 4, Stagecoach Boys, and why wouldn't you be? Joel Burnt, Alonso Quinones, stakes placed, super nice speed figures. All these things are true, but let's take a look at the other side of the coin, so to speak. Last 3 times out has been right there turning for home and has not been able to close the deal. Once at 4-5 and once at 6-5. So before you unload your mortgage, understand that this is the most likely winner. This is a super nice horse for an unbelievably good trainer, but there have been some hints lately that there's been a little hang when the real running starts in the final 50 yards. So absolutely the most likely winner, but I'm going to try to beat him. And I'm going to try to beat him with the horse right next door, number 5, Ben's Malice. This is the power play tonight. Ben's Malice impressed me last time off a long layoff. It's Pete Matson. And it's interesting because Constantino Roman has been riding Stagecoach Boys, and he's here. Quinones has been riding this horse, Ben's Malice, and he ends up there. The race within the race could be a nice little grudge match when they turn for home. I can't wait to see how it plays out, but I'll take 5-1 all day on a Pete Matson horse. Hello. Number 6 is Wise Verdict for the Rocket Wrench Gang. Santos for Burnell Rowan, Hall of Fame trainer. Wire-to-wire winner last time. Now we go to the turf, which is the main question mark. And 8 is Bayou Colonel. Angela Herman tabbed this one last time at 12-1. This horse won and posted an 85 buyer speed figure for Gary Shear, and you're getting Harry Hernandez, another interesting horse on the outside. What a field this is. This could be a stakes race. This is without a doubt one of the best races of the week here at Canterbury. So find your favorite spot, get your bets in, and watch stakes caliber turf racing. The final thoroughbred race of the night, who do you like? Is it the favorite? Is it Joel Burnt and Stagecoach Boys? Or can you beat the big boy? Can you find a price and score for size? Intrigue is abound. Race 6 on the grass. Fun and games like no place else. You're watching and wagering right out here at beautiful Canterbury Park.
here comes the field for race number 6 with 8 minutes to post. As Kevin mentioned, this is our final thoroughbred race of the day. We take out the 2 Thought and the 7 Skippy Strike. The field of 6, your 4 to 5 favorite on screen now is Stagecoach Boys. This is the start of the late pick 4. And if you're just getting here, we still got a lot to come. We got quarter horse races to complete this night, but after today, we've got a behind-the-scenes tour coming up on Saturday. You can get a behind-the-scenes look at the stables, at the paddock, and experience the first race of the day from the winner's circle and meet some special guests out here at the park. That's starting at 3 o'clock on Saturday, this August 19th. And this Sunday, August 20th, we've got Pepsi Family Day, but we've got a food truck festival to come along with it, featuring tasty foods and a lot more from the Twin Cities. You can get your tickets for the food truck festival at canterburypark.com/events. And if food's your thing, you want to come back after the food truck festival, we've got our final Taste of Canterbury event on Saturday, September 2nd. That's craft cocktails and charcuterie. It's a unique, extensive selection of spirits and refined bites. Again, that's the Taste of Canterbury on Saturday, September 2nd, our final event of our live season. The following Friday, our last concert at the park is coming up, Randy Houser on September 8th. This is your last shot to take in some live music right out here at the park. The tickets and information for all of this are at canterburypark.com/events. It's been a big couple of days for our quarter horse population out here at Canterbury, so we're going to keep that theme going with the ankle tonight. In the late pick 4, we have a very speedy filly trying to break her maiden in the 8th, and in the 8th, that's the 3. Cool Susie. Cool Susie is one of 2 representatives from Team Norton, and we're going to try and see if we can't get a mild upset with Cool Susie. Now, looking at Cool Susie's past, here it is behind me. A lot of that good running has been done at Canterbury, and you can see this filly has run second a few times at Canterbury Park, beaten only a neck, beaten a nose, and beaten a length and 3/4 last time by a very speedy filly named Chocolat. All of those races were at 250 or 300 yards. Now, Cool Susie is going to go back to 250 yards today. That's important because of how fast she gets out of the gate. You can see Cool Susie on the inside faces a very tough foe in this race in the beginning of August. This is Cool Susie, undesirable part of the track. Not exactly where you'd want to be. This is Chocolat, who's had some experience on this filly, who gets out of it very quickly. But Cool Susie pretty quickly puts herself into a clear second, given a little bit further outside draw and that one off the bench. You think that Cool Susie might be able to pull the upset and get that maiden win in the 8th. But we're going to talk about the whole pick 4 in just a second. There's a lot of quarter horses in it. All right, there's that pick 4. A lot of quarter horses, as we talked about, and I'm just going to single Stagecoach Boys to start it out. I like him. He's run such solid races all year long. I mean, if you do like him, you're not going to get any value on him, so you got to single him. So I did. Stagecoach Boys might be able to stay a little bit closer to the pace than Ben's Malice can. I don't know how lively the pace is going to be. If Angel's Magic and Spiteful Sam don't hook up, we find out. But either way, he looks like he's in a very good position after running some very good seconds, knockout sort of races and not getting the W. Now, going on to quarter horses in the 7th, we have some changes in the first one, but Valiant Speed is a horse that I like a lot. He was the play of the night. He scratched out of the Northlands Juvenile to go into this spot, and Valiant Speed is one of a few I'm going to use along with Saturday Night Gamble and the 8 KQ's Dreaming, but they're going to really need to dig for their A game to beat Valiant Speed out of the gate. That one is very fleet of foot off the blocks. Louis Blue and Cool Susie are going to be the 2 that I use in the 8th. We're going to try to take shots against what I thought would be the favorite, but the favorite scratched on the outside. So we're still going to use Cool Susie and Louis Blue. KW, the other Norton trainee, very quick out of the gate, but has had an awful lot of tries to break the maiden. We'll see if tonight's the night. Now 3 and 6 for me in race number 9. That's Ms. Streak and Eyes and Il Gaito. I know the outside horse is going to be probably the heavy favorite, but Ms. Streak and Eyes has put together really good races at Canterbury this year, including her maiden win a few starts ago. That's what that $6 ticket looks like to me. Whatever your pick 4 ticket looks like, you got to get it in the next 3 minutes. Good luck.
And they've reached the gate. It's post time. One out. Bayou Colonel. Bayou Colonel and Stagecoach Boys. The final two. Stagecoach Boys, 3-5. Big boy goes in, and Bayou Colonel last in line. They're racing. Angels, Magic, and Lindsay being ridden for speed with Spiteful Sam to the inside. Bayou Colonel and Wise Verdict also good to go. And these four absolutely crackling around the first turn as the 8, Bayou Colonel, neatly gets down to the inside, but now is about 8 lengths from the lead, which belongs to Angels Magic, who opens up by 5. Angels Magic in search of 2 in a row with a healthy lead up the barn side, but continues to fly. After that, it is Wise Verdict, 5 clear from Spiteful Sam. Stagecoach Boys, 10 out of it, and to the inside of Ben's Malice, and to the outside of Bayou Colonel. And the leader is Angels Magic. That lead is now 7. They're into the far turn with 3.5 to go. Angels Magic leads it. In second, Wise Verdict. Ben's Malice and Stagecoach Boys are beginning to unwind from behind, and they're doing so in tandem. After that, Bayou Colonel and Spiteful Sam goes back to last. Angels Magic, the leader's lead is diminishing. It's down to 2.5, maybe 3. Wise Verdict still second. Stagecoach Boys is on the outside with the blue blinkers. Ben's Malice is languishing a tad, and on the inside is Bayou Colonel. Angels Magic, Wise Verdict, inside Stagecoach Boys is surging late. Angels Magic, wire to wire on his mind, and he has done it at 7-1. Number 3, Angels Magic. First. A photo for the rest. The numbers 3, 4, 6, 8. Race number 6 is official. 10-cent Superfecta, $65.93. The first pick 5 paid $2,977. $29.77 for 50 cents. Exacta 1360, trifecta, $84, favorite in the middle. Race number 7 is 20 minutes from now. Scratch number 7, Kathy Wagon. Number 9, Redneck Romeo, should be listed as a gelding. And the rider is Gonzalo Gutierrez. Into the winner's enclosure, Angels Magic and Chad Lindsay. Angels Magic is owned by Pete Matson, the winning trainer, David Van Winkle, DVW. On-site assist for TVW. Angels Magic is a 4-year-old brown gelding by Magician out of Angel of Troy. Racing. Angels, Magic, and Lindsay being ridden for speed with Spiteful Sam to the inside. Bayou Colonel and Wise Verdict also good to go. And these four absolutely crackling around the first turn as the 8, Bayou Colonel, neatly gets down to the inside. But now is about 8 lengths from the lead, which belongs to Angels Magic, who opens up by 5. Angels Magic in search of 2 in a row with a healthy lead up the barn side, but continues to fly. After that, it is Wise Verdict, 5 clear from Spiteful Sam. Stagecoach Boys, 10 out of it, and to the inside of Ben's Malice, and to the outside of Bayou Colonel. And the leader is Angels Magic. That lead is now 7. They're into the far turn with 3.5 to go. Angels Magic leads it. In second, Wise Verdict. Ben's Malice and Stagecoach Boys are beginning to unwind from behind, and they're doing so in tandem. After that, Bayou Colonel and Spiteful Sam goes back to last. Angels Magic, the leader's lead is diminishing. It's down to 2.5, maybe 3. Wise Verdict still second. Stagecoach Boys is on the outside with the blue blinkers. Ben's Malice is languishing a tad, and on the inside is Bayou Colonel. Angels Magic, Wise Verdict, inside Stagecoach Boys is surging late. Angels Magic, wire to wire on his mind, and he has done it at 7-1.
All right, race fans, here we go for race number 7. State-bred maiden quarter horses dashing a distance of 300 yards. Scratch the 7. Kathy Wagon put Gutierrez on the 9. Redneck Romeo. And you can see by the early wagering that the 4-horse Valiant Speed taking all the early cash. Jason Olmstead, Edwin Escobedo, our top quarter horse tandem. Not a surprise there, but let's handicap some of the contenders along with this favorite, including the 1. I was torn on Saturday Night Gamble. The inside post has just been such a tough place to win from. Has a legitimate excuse last time and went off favored against many of these horses. This horse was 9-5 against a lot of these horses. So, with that being said, if you're willing to roll the dice on the inside mark, this horse absolutely makes sense if you're going to play a try or superfecta. So, I think Saturday Night Gamble has a shot. I think this horse has enough natural foot to maybe pop out of that gate and try to chase Valiant Speed. So keep that in mind when you're building some of those exotic wagers. You should get a fair price come post time. Number 2 makes his racing debut. It's W is the first prize. Nicky Goodwin gets the call for trainer Mark Wilson. Not a lot to go on here because this horse is yet to race, but one bullet workout back in the middle of July stands out. 11.74 breezing for 220. So that horse showed some real speed there. You can see the blinkers in play for the Deuce, who on the board right now is double digits. 3 is He's Coming In Hot. Estrada gets the call for Tyler Stein, and really enjoyed a nice conversation with Tyler after last night's stakes race at the end of the card. $100,000 stakes race. This kid's 22 years old and a very sharp horseman. So fun to see Tyler get that win. The barn's going well right now. Estrada rides a lot of horses for Mr. Stein, and so this is for sure a horse that if you're going to try to beat the favorite, might end up being one of your better horses to take a look at. He's Coming In Hot. The 2-year-old gelding makes career start number 4. Let's talk about the favorite. The favorite is my top pick in the race here. This is Valiant Speed. And you know what? This horse has faced better competition, including a stakes race where he ran 3rd. Last time out in that trial, popped out of the gate, showed some speed, dueled, and then faded. This is a much softer landing spot. Number 1, we're back in against state-breds. Number 2, we're back in against maidens. The only question mark I had was what happened last time this horse faced maidens. This horse got beat. He went off as the 9-5 favorite, and the one horse who I already talked about ran a better race than him. So, as good as he looks, and again, it's Escobedo and Jason Olmstead. He looks good. He looks tough. He's a must-use for me in this quarter horse pick 3. He is not invulnerable, and there are other horses that fit. So keep that in mind as you handicap along with me. My second choice in the race is the 5 Comeback Darling. Ramirez gets the call here, and another horse that's been facing much, much better competition. All open company in all 4 races so far in this horse's career. And last time out, from the inside post, ran a really good second, a career best effort last time out. Now we're back in against state-breds after facing open company in 4 consecutive races. So absolutely positively, if the favorite does not run his race, this filly right here, Comeback Darling, number 5, makes an awful lot of sense to me. 6 is Oliver Steele, who makes the racing debut. Good-looking gray here for Brianna McDaniel. And, a couple of workouts, both on the slower side, one out of the gate. But the good news is they both were breezing. So the horse wasn't asked for an absolute all-out blitz in that morning workout, either one of them. A couple of breezes, good barn, good-looking gray. That's all we have to go on. Number 8 is KQS Dreaming. The blinkers come off here. And this is an interesting call because the last couple of times out with the blinkers, this horse popped right out to the lead, including last time in Iowa against open company at Prairie Meadows. Now the blinkers come off. So maybe this youngster is starting to put it all together. I love jockeys like Kelsey Haar that can ride thoroughbreds all day and hop on a quarter horse at night. Now, she didn't have a thoroughbred mount today. This is her one mount, and we've seen her pop with the quarter horses. She's an excellent rider. She's super smart out of the gate. She gets those horses out in good order. Kelsey Haar's got a big shot here to upset the apple cart. 8 looks good too, walking around the paddock. Another long shot to consider in your tries and superfectas. The outside 2 are a couple of debuting 2-year-olds. They are both 2-year-old colts, and here they are. Number 9 is Redneck Romeo, in from Iowa. Both the workouts that are on the page are from Prairie Meadows. It's the youngster, Tyler Stein, stakes winning Tyler Stein last night, and the workouts are pretty good. both out of the gate. So good barn. Gutierrez hops on. Outside posts have been good with the quarter horses, so there are some things to like, including the big price up on the board. Number 10 is Brother Tommy. Eduardo Gallardo, like Kelsey Haar, very talented thoroughbred jockey that can, moonlight in these quarter horse races. Couple of good workouts, race debut, decent looking horse down here in the paddock. I'm on Valiant Speed. I happen to think the 5 Comeback Darling is sneaky, and I'm going to give a long look to Johnny the Mouse Mickelson's tout here. He likes the 8, KQS Dreaming. He's a big fan of the blinkers off. We'll see how that plays out for the Mouse. It's race 7. It's Minnesota bred maidens looking for their first win. It's quarter horses dashing 300 yards, and we have an all quarter horse $1 pick 3 that's just waiting for you to play. Race number 7 at the gate in only 6 minutes. Get your bets in now and enjoy the cues.
That was beautiful. Thank you, Lynn. Lynn Dykert, ladies and gentlemen. The 7th race begins the pick 3 on the final 3 live races tonight. Scratch number 7, Kathy Wagon. Number 9, Redneck Romeo, is now ridden by Gonzalo Gutierrez and also is a gelding. Mouse checked.
Hello again from down here in the winner's circle. Before we get to quarter horses tonight, let's remind you that we do have one concert left in the Concerts at the Park series. We got Randy Houser coming up on September 8th. Now, you have a chance to win a couple of pit passes brought to you by Quick Trip. What's your name, where you're from, and are you a Randy Houser fan?
My name is Megan. I'm from Oconia, and I just heard about him tonight, so looking forward to going.
Okay, I like the confidence. Excellent. We're going to play a clip of a Randy Houser song. Just
It's post time. Post time into the gate for the 8th. Beginning our final double. KW favored. GFR Mystical Illusion has gone in, and Louis Blue with Cool Susie. Now KW 7-5, Cool Susie 2.5 to 1. PR Guns and My Garters last in. Ready. Racing, KW off nicely. Likewise for Cool Susie inside GFR Mystical Illusion and Louis Blues between them. Outside KW looking for that victory photo. Might be KW, might be KL. Stand by. Result of the photo shows the winner is number 4, KW. 4, 3, 2, 1 in 13:31. Race 8, official. The 9th is our final live race. Scratch number 2, Sace It Ain't So. No superfecta wagering in race 9. Now entering the winner's circle, KW and Gonzalo Gutierrez. The winning owners, Byron DeWalt and Selena Molina. And the winning trainer, Mallory Norton. Racing. KW off nicely. Likewise for Cool Susie inside GFR Mystical Illusion and Louis Blues between them. Outside KW looking for that victory photo. Might be KW.
Welcome back to the First Bet Studio. I have a different face to my right. Paul Allen joining me for the last. We have 13 minutes now until race number 9. I want to thank everybody for coming out and joining us for the first 8 races of it. The 9th features everybody looking for their second win, and our third quarter horse race of the day. As you can see, fairly evenly matched board, and I think the money's probably going to go a lot of different places by the time they get to the gate.
Right, and a couple of races ago, you had a prohibitive favorite beaten, so therefore that was a bigger field. The smaller the field, the better the chance, in my estimation, a favorite has a chance to win. And the one I picked here, Blue Bayou, that one is 8-5. It's trainer Jason Olmstead. He's a Hall of Famer, and when these purses, as we go here with the cues, get up to around 17, 18, 20 and above, then I kind of elevate the Olmsteads a little bit. That's with all due respect to everybody else in the race. But I went with Blue Bayou. I know you like the one just to the outside. Why?
I do like Il Gaito. He will be the favorite if the will pays are any indication. But he was really the only horse that was making up any ground the last time that he faced Relentless Flash and My VGW Hero. I think a lot of horses from that race would probably be strongly backed in this group. And the last time that Il Gaito did face Minnesota breds, he came home in front, and not just by a short margin. Now, Louis Blue, the horse that just ran second to him, did come back in this last race. She ran third, but still this horse with an outside draw again, I think has the ability to do what he did last time, and it should be good enough to at least get a piece of this, if not land the top spot.
Yeah, there's no doubt. And honestly, the two on the outside look to have a distinct advantage in this race, at least to me. Now, Kelsey Har rides number 3, Ms. Streakin' Eyes. Kelsey gave a horse, it might have been the last race, the 8, a really, really good ride, just was not good enough to win, maybe 2 races ago, that is. But I think this one, having gone down to Prairie Meadows, I mean, I don't exactly know what that main track's like compared to ours, but the horse just completely flipped form in going down to Altoona, and that's happened to a lot of horses before. So I would look at this as the forgiveness angle for number 3, Ms. Streakin' Eyes. No significant trouble, at least in the line, but horses like people have bad days. So therefore, maybe that was a bad day for this filly because her previous 2 races here were pretty good, a first and a second, and she's earned over $10,000 this year. So right now she's 3-1.
Yeah, and she's my second choice in here, and she's probably the horse that I will use with El Gaito on the outside to make any sort of exotic plays, whether they be exactas or tries, if I can find some sort of shot underneath her. But Miss Streakin' Eyes has been a much better 3-year-old than she was a 2-year-old.
Yeah.
And as far as forgiveness goes, if you're willing to cut her open company lines out of the mix, her state bred races, especially this year, make her a major contender in this. And she obviously gets along very well with Kelsey Har, who's got that win and that close second behind Isa Be Quick. 2 back. Now, I really liked Isa Be Quick that night. I think a lot of us did. But Miss Streakin' Eyes ran him all the way to the wire, and Isa Be Quick needed to dig deep to hold this filly off. But Miss Streakin' Eyes, with that kind of effort, could pull a mild upset, and her price might stick around that 7-2, or maybe even go up a click. But she should be of more fair value than the gray that you see on the screen. But boy, does he look nice. El Gaito looking to pick up his second win in 3 starts.
Yeah, that's, I know you get asked this markedly more than me. Like in the paddock, what do you look for in a horse?
Right.
To determine whether the individual is on or off his or her game. And when you have a neck bowed like that and you're dappled out the way that horse is, the ears are pricked, moving around, paying attention to a lot of things, that 6 right there is a picture of beauty. Holy cow.
Well, and for Minnesota breds, as you know, we don't always see them take on company down at Remington Park or Prairie or anything like that. This horse already has 7 starts this year.
Yeah.
To still see him as eager to do what he's about to go do is always a good sign. I mean, we always look to see if a horse is acting normally or acting abnormally, but I think that you're getting good indications from the outside horse, and a lot of us on board with El Gaito, including Kevin Gorg. But I wanted to have you in here because we're not going to have you this weekend. Tell us what's going on.
Well, first and foremost, we're always with each other.
That's true.
Because I'm calling Vikings games in Seattle, and I've got my computer with the Canterbury feed and YouTube following you guys. But I'll be back for Family Day on Sunday, and it's going to be a wonderful, wonderful weekend. 5 o'clock Saturday, 1 o'clock on Sunday. Labor Day weekend, we have the Best in Show in Bark in the Park, where all the dog breeds race. And as I've said earlier today, we are deep into the Canterbury Park season. So whenever you get the opportunity to join us, we greatly appreciate it. Hopefully you have a good time. And CanterburyPark.com is where you get all of your information. We are the Steam Team, and for Kevin Gorg and Angela Herman, I'm Paul Allen. Best of luck here with the 9th. Thank you, Mr. Lynn Dykert.
Thank you.
See you tomorrow on the other side of town. That's the accomplished pianist and Canterbury Park bugler, Sir Leonard Dykert Kitos. And they walk onto the track for race number 9. We are 5 minutes from it. Scratch number 2. Good luck. Last in, Quintet, and here they are. And they're racing. Slow beginning for Ms. Streak and I. Sweet beginning for DB Quick Sam. Likewise for Blue Bayou. And the gorgeous gray El Galito surging on the outside. 6.54 in the lucky last. Ninth race, official. Up to the winner's enclosure, El Galito and Fernando Fonseca Soto. The victorious El Galito is owned by Arle Danella Urbina Sanchez. And the winning trainer, Haley Hobbs. Racing resumes at Canterbury Saturday at 5 o'clock. If you're leaving the racetrack, please drive safely. they are. And they're racing. Slow beginning for Ms. Streak and I. Sweet beginning for DB Quick Sam. Likewise for Blue Bayou. And the gorgeous gray El Galito surging on the outside. 6.54 in the